This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gon' do, we gotta
All right. What's going on? We're back today with another preview for the Carolina Panthers versus the Buccaneers in Week 13 of the NFL. And as always, you know how it is, man. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as schedules for the channel and for information on the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League, which is going strong, by the way. Now, I have a new laptop which I am working from, and I'm very, very pleased about that. I'm still working out the kinks, so ignore whatever else you see here, because I'm trying to get this figured out. So just be patient with me as we figure this out. All right. So welcome on in. Let's talk. First order of business. Frank Wright is gone. What does that mean for the Carolina Panthers franchise going forward this year? What does that mean for trying to survive the rest of the year? I suppose we could start with the fact that Chris Tabor was listed as interim coach for the rest of the year. Now, my thought processes on this is that this is actually a brilliant move. Why do I say that? Because anybody that takes this head coaching job as interim this year is on a dummy mission. Straight up dummy mission. You are looking at if Deuce Staley were to stick around and take up that role, he would end up leaving the next year. Because somebody would elevate him to an offensive coordinator if he does a good job. if Ajaro takes over that spot, people are already talking about him being a head coach somewhere else. He would not stay in Carolina. Thus, my point. You know, this is not a good thing. Putting either one of them into that spot, into that role. With Chris, you can ensure that nobody's going to take that role. That is within the franchise. You know, it's going to be outside of the franchise. We're still looking for an offensive-minded head coach again. From the report that I got yesterday. Plus the fact that Chris will probably just retain his special teams duties again. Now, here's another thought process that I don't think people understand. They may have missed this in the presser, and we're going to go over this presser because it is very important that we do so. To show you guys who Chris Tabor is. Now, yes, people know him from resume only. They know maybe from name only who this dude is. But if you look at and listen to this presser that he has put out on his introductory presser, that tells you what you need to know. There's also the David Tepper one. We're going to cover that as well tonight. Because that is important. Now, my opening statements are these. First, we need to understand what it is that we need to be doing as a franchise to move forward and get the most out of the rest of this year. Secondly, our goal is to make sure that these players stay here and we retain them. Any of them that can be retained, we need to retain them if they're not under contract. You know, or not becoming free agents this year coming up. That's the main goals right now. The next main goals that we're going to have are to establish some type of identity as a team. Some type of culture, some type of realistic idea of how we're going to start doing things in Carolina from this point forward. Because I don't feel like we have that right now. And immediately, the moves you're going to want to make in order to keep this thing rolling are, firstly, we need to ensure that we have some type of offensive scheme put in place, number one. Number two, we want to make sure that we can begin to create some type of stability on the offensive line through fundamentals, technical, footwork, hands. Let's get that going. Mr. Campen, you're up. We need to talk to you first, sir, because that's not going to cut it. What we've been seeing this year is not going to cut it. I need to see these boys dug into the trenches, hands engaged with the defender so that they can't get them up and start doing the YMCA dance and knocking down your passes. I need to see these guys engaged in handling bull rushes. Okay? There's 3 players in particular, and they know who they are, that keep getting bull rushed into next year. And one of them I'm wearing the jersey of right now. And I hate to call him out. I really hate to call him out because he's a pro. Okay? He's already won a Super Bowl. He knows who he is. But guess who else is a pro that I'm calling out? Taylor Moton. I'm also calling out Icky in his second year. I'm not even going to get on Chandler Zavala because of his rookie status right now. But to a certain point, he has been trashed too on fundamentals. That being said, these fundamentals have got to get better. Or we're not going to do anything on offense. It's just not going to happen. Now, this offensive line, I need y'all to build a log cabin in those trenches. I need you to establish yourselves. I need you to create a cinder block wall between you and those defenders in that trench. And if I don't see that in the next few Sundays, I'm going to start questioning Mr. Campbell's ability to coach this O-line. I'm having those questions again where I'm like, okay, is this dude actually legitimately who he is and who he says he is from the resume that he has posted up in Green Bay and from what we have seen from the Green Bay offensive lines up there? Or is he just a product of the system and Aaron Rodgers doing well up there in Green Bay? Stop making me ask that question, Mr. Campbell. I don't want to have to ask that again on stream. I want you to get your job done, sir. And prove me wrong. Prove to me why I should not be asking that question at all. Shout out to CJ Smith. What's up, man? But the next thing I need to see is improvements on that D-line. Because what I'm not seeing is a bull rush from this D-line. The trench warfare is just not there from these boys on either side of the line. I don't like that. Okay? I don't like that. Ben Warwick, you're up. Okay? We need to talk to you. Where's the bull rush? That's my first question to you. Where's the bull rush? Are these guys being taught this at the NFL level through muscle memory? My second question is this. Why aren't these guys getting off their blocks to stop the run games? Are you not teaching them techniques of how to do that? Or are they just not skilled enough to be able to do it? Which one is it? These are questions that need to be brought up in a meeting with Chris Tapor, with these two coaches. I need these questions brought up. Because at this point, I'm not buying what I'm seeing on that field from either line. Neither one of them look like they even did any weightlifting in the weight room at all. The three linemen that I'm talking about on the offensive line, especially. Okay, where's that strength that we drafted? Where's the strength that we've signed on the dotted line for? That we're paying you money for. Not seeing it from these three guys. And all three of them should be doing this right now. Okay? I'm not even talking about Showers of Allah. I'm talking about the three offensive linemen. Bozeman, Icky, Taylor Moton. We've had you for 2 or more years now. Where's the strength on the line? You showed it to us last year. Where is it this year? D-line. Derek Brown can't do this by himself. Okay? Y'all need to step up. Brian Burns cannot do this by himself. Y'all need to step up. Where are the rest of y'all? Now, I need to see some aggressiveness from this D-line. We're seeing it everywhere else on that defense that's ranked in the top 10. But where is the aggressiveness on the D-line? If we show that, we could easily be a top 5 defense right now with the additions we just added today and this week. We could easily be a top 5 qualifier defense. We have that potential. We have that weaponry on this defense right now. So, with Chris Tapor in charge now, it's time to start asking those questions. I was rewarded with the transactions that I saw this week, where we added a new corner. We also added a offensive guard, both of which are highly respected and highly talented players. So, with that being said, I had been requesting help at guard position, and I had been requesting help at corner position, and Scott has come through once again. This is what happens when you let Scott do his job, and you stop handcuffing this man. I keep telling y'all, stop handcuffing Scott. Let him do his job, and you will see results. You're already seeing them first 3 days out of Frank Wright's tenure. Guard signed. Corner signed. What have I been harping on for the last 4, 5, 6 weeks? We got him. We got him, boys. We got him, ladies. They're here. Now we got to make use of them. Alright, so how are we going to get the most out of this roster from this point forward? A lot of people are going to question whether we are actually going to have enough to do anything for the rest of the year. But what you're not asking is how can we use what we have to get to that point. See, there's the key. All right. So, I'm actually going to show this on stream, and bam. Alright, so as of right now, let's go over what we have right now, and then we'll look at what what we have moving forward, going into this Bucks game, and can we use what we have to maybe, by some miracle, maybe get into the playoffs this year. And I'll show you what has to happen in order to make that happen. It's going to take a lot, folks. But it's not impossible. We're not out of this yet. And as long as we have even the slightest chance this year, after spending $70+ million, I feel like we have the obligation to try. You know? After spending half of these players' money out of their contract to create this roster, we are under obligation to at least attempt it and get as much out of the rest of the season as we can get. Milk it until it is dry. Shout out to Austin Woman on Facebook. But, so, looking at the wide receivers. And I'm starting to see people's points about what we have versus what we should have. Okay? I get your points. I've been reading some of the comments. I've been observing certain things this week. To try to learn as much as I can. About people's viewpoints and their reasons behind them. So these wide receivers are getting underutilized, number one. Number two, when we did pick these guys up, it was under Frank Wright's guidance because he thought, okay, well, these are the best available wide receivers that were on the market at the time. Okay, fair. Fair. I'm not going to argue with that. What I am going to push back on is the fact that you did not have a scheme to put them in. There's the problem. You did not have the correct scheme in order to get the most out of these players. And in so doing, we just randomly picked the best available. This is the strategy that has been getting us screwed in the draft for a number of years. Until we started positionally drafting, and then we saw results, and it's just like, oh, wait. Now that we have these players at these positions, we don't have to go hunting everywhere under the sun for these players to back up the starters. And then when the starters get injured, we're screwed, right? We're screwed. But, oh, wait, there's more. Oh, wait, there's more. Once you finally put this roster together, it's like, okay, well, it's like the misfit island of toys. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's the players that nobody wanted. And we just put them all together, and we're just like, okay, well, this is the most like chaotic, well put together roster I've ever seen. But it worked. You know, for what it looked like on paper, it worked. But, and it would work in Madden if you were creating some type of random hybrid offensive scheme. But Frank had no idea what he was doing. He was creating a bunch of random nonsense and using the most basic, bare bones plays that you can find on Madden on easy mode to create a scheme that we could run with said players. And apparently Adam Thielen was the only one he actually trusted to create plays for. No TMJ, no Laviska, no... What are we doing? You know? So, this is why I had a problem with the fact that you got all these talented players and nowhere to put them. It's like a bunch of random beautiful puzzle pieces, but you don't know where to put them. You see the picture in front of you. You see what you want your picture to see, but when you start jamming them in there, it doesn't work. And you try to force them into slots that they don't go. You know what? What's the point? Why do that? Why waste $70+ million of these players' money to do this? It doesn't make sense, folks. And that's why I am glad Chris Tapor is taking over and doing something about it. He righted a wrong on Deontay Brown. He brought him back. Again. That's twice now this year he has been put on that practice squad. For what reason? When they're not even giving him the reps. And now they're finally bringing him back up to the 53 because there is a need at guard. Thank you, Chris. Finally somebody that actually understands this team and what we're trying to do. Finally somebody that actually understands our weaknesses and what we need to do to fix them. Thank you, Chris Tapor. Dude, this dude is a hidden blessing right now in a sandstorm of crap that is this season. Let's be real. That's exactly what Chris is. He's a breath of fresh air. They'll never hire him as a permanent head coach, though. I already know this. You already know this. It won't matter what this record is at the end of the year. Even if we make the playoffs, this man will not reach head coach level. He won't get there. Which is interesting because he said in this presser, and I don't want to spoil too much, but he said that he was already doing other people's duties as well as his own. And I won't spoil this for you because I want you guys to get the full picture of what I'm talking about when we go into the presser. Because y'all need to know and understand why what I just said was very, very important. But let's continue down this roster because we need to understand what we have in order to make the most out of what we have. So I'm hearing that Cade Mays is on the injury report with an ankle. He had a full practice on Friday. So I'm hoping good things will come out of that. Nash Jensen with a back injury, limited practice, Thursday and Friday. Questionable for Friday. This is yet again another player that is injured in practice. In practice. Need I keep reiterating that? And I think Tepper understands this, and he's going to do something about it because he was actually mentioning he was going to update the practice field, the stadium, and the parking, I believe, a few weeks ago. So I would very, very much like to see something done about that practice field because I think it's turf. If my theory is right and I think it's turf, then we need to do something about it. So we've got Taylor Moton with a knee injury. Did not practice on Wednesday. Limited practice on Thursday. And full practice on Friday. I think he will play, though. So I'm just going over the offensive line right now and looking at it. But if we're looking at it from the perspective of we need to improve it and not just sit on it for the rest of the year, then the move that we made for this guard is an excellent one. And the move that we made to bring back Deontay Brown is a good one, in my opinion. Let me double check the transactions, make sure that's actually correct, that we actually did bring him back. Yes, we did. Okay, 30th. But we released Jake Luton? What? Okay, who are you planning to have as the third quarterback then? We need a third quarterback. We've had too many quarterback injuries over the years. We need a third quarterback. I don't care who you sign, just get somebody. At this point, it's not going to matter because we probably won't reach that point. I don't see Andy getting hurt. In the last, six games? I don't see it happening. Bryce, however, that could be another matter. If we don't get this offensive line fixed, that could be another matter. We need linemen where we ain't going to have a quarterback. Facts. Facts, Mason. And like I said, the first question I would ask to Mr. Campen is, why haven't we fixed the fundamentals? Why haven't we, gotten all this fixed? The hands, the footwork. Teach them how to get set. These guys should not need this help at the NFL level. But it's called muscle memory, though, folks. It's called muscle memory. So, from what I'm noticing from the offensive line and the defensive line, these guys have skipped the gym and weightlifting and basic drills that teach you, that keep you stabilized on muscle memory to be able to not get bull rushed into next year on the O-line, and for the D-line, getting off of blocks and bull rushing. I'm not seeing it. Where is it? So with our picks, I would fix the O-line and the D-line. I would look into free agency for wide receiver. I agree. What I tell you during the Tennessee game, this is kind of the kind of play calling that gets you fired in your first year. Exactly. Facts. Big facts, Mason. Big facts. This dude's on a roll today. All right. So, who did we sign? We got Shaquille Griffin, former Seahawk, former Raider, corner. And we got him off of waivers. I like this guy. I saw a couple of clips of this guy, and I really like him. I haven't looked at his numbers, but sheesh. Dude can deflect balls. He can do whatever you need him to do. I'm happy with that move right there. Bill Griffin, there he is. There he is. Let's see. He's a big boy. So we got 6 foot even, 198. And so far in his career, he's played 86 games, 7 interceptions for 28 yards. That's right, folks. He can catch picks. He can create turnovers. Who knew? Who knew that that's actually what we needed at corner? Oh, wait. Everybody said that. Oh, gosh. This has been ridiculous. Okay. So he had 10 tackles with his Houston game against Jacksonville. That was this year. 10 tackles. 7 of them solo. So you can open field tackle. He's now proven that he has that ability. He had 7 tackles against us. Just us. When Houston played us in on the 29th. So, big guy from Florida. St. Petersburg, Florida. Central Florida graduate. Well, I shouldn't say graduate, but he came from there. Some of these guys aren't graduates. They got to go back for their degrees, but, you know. I saw JC and Chin might play tomorrow, but it's a game time decision. Yeah, I think that we'll see possibly both of them. I'm excited for that. But again, you're putting Jeremy Chin at linebacker, which is not his natural position. You need to let him go free at safety so he can make those big plays for you and do the things he was doing before you put him at linebacker. Because now he's limited. You know, you're handcuffing him. And you're making him average. Rather than the Jeremy Chin that you drafted and put on that field at safety. You're holding him back. So, who do you think is going to get hired as our new head coach? That's a good question. I'm looking at Ben Johnson from the Lions. I've heard a rumor that the Dolphins offensive coordinator is interested as well. Greg Olson said he was interested, but I think that was just, yeah, I don't see that happening. If we were going to hire a former player, Greg doesn't have any experience. He's never worked in any of these coaching positions at the NFL level. So, he doesn't have the qualifications. Luke Kuechly, of any of them, does. Because he's already worked in scouting. So my thought process is, okay, well, if it was Luke interested, then we might be having a totally different discussion here. Because Luke's got the smarts to handle this team, and he actually understands what's going on here. You know, to the fullest extent. Plus, he's got the experience. You know, that might be a conversation worth having. I might be down for that. But Greg, nah. Nah, man. Unfortunately not. You're just not ready yet, bud. I'd love to have you, but you're not ready. I think there were a few others as well that were on the list. Bellamy is the one that is the best fit, in my opinion. And if you guys were listening to Mr. Carolina's explanation of that when we were doing that stream, I think it was last week's post-game stream. Yeah, Mr. Carolina explained that pretty well. He had some pretty good arguments as to why Eric Bellamy is the best fit. And I absolutely happen to wholeheartedly agree. You want somebody that these players will rally behind them. They will play for you. and he's had success already. He's he can create an offensive scheme and a game style that will work. Plus, he could be your offensive coordinator and head coach. You've seen it with Belichick. You've seen it work there. He can do it here. I'm actually will vouch for the thought process that he could do it here, because he's been doing it in Washington right now. I like Eric Bellamy the best. You know, it's got to be somebody that will work with Bryce. It's got to be somebody that will try to understand this team as a whole and try to make the best possible fixes for this team that need to be fixed. I don't see why they don't hire Luke as defensive coordinator when he was playing. He could call out the play they were running before it was even happened. Yeah, that was my point. If Luke wanted to be the defensive coordinator and we wanted to bump Ajaro up to head coach to put his name in the hat, I'd be down. But the problem is, at this point, this is exactly why he didn't take the interim tag positions, because he knew this was a dummy mission. Same thing with Ajaro or whoever else we decide to put in there. It's a dummy mission. We know Tepper's not going to hire any of these guys. We know this because he's already hired outside of this franchise before. Twice. When he's had the opportunity to not do so. So, at what point do you think he's not going to do that again? You know what I'm saying? Like, this, it makes no sense why he should do that, but at the same time, like, Steve Wilkes was qualified. He was ready to go. He was, dude, he had his pedigree ready to go. He was ready to go, man. And Tepper said, nah. I want a fairy tale. I want a fairy tale signing here. And that, if we learn anything from the Steve Wilkes situation there where he didn't get hired, what makes you think Ajaro is going to get hired? What makes you think any of these guys are going to get hired within this organization to actually understand what's going on? And this is the position you're putting Chris Tapor in. He actually understands what's going on with this team. He knows our weaknesses. He knows how to fix our weaknesses. And he's already doing so. He's already talking to Scott, and he's gotten us a guard, and he's gotten us a corner already this week. So if anybody thinks that Tepper is going to hire Chris Tapor, they're more delusional than the people that are calling me out, thinking that we can actually make the playoffs. Y'all are more delusional than that. Y'all want to call me delusional? That's more delusional. Okay? Y'all need to stop that one. And yeah, I'm familiar with it. I've seen y'all. Okay? I've heard y'all's opinions and I respect them. Even though you call me delusional, I respect it. Okay? It's y'all's opinions. I respect it. I'm not mad. I ain't got a problem with it. That's just what you guys think, I asked what y'all thought. You gave me what you thought. Alright, so for that reason, it is a brilliant move that Chris was to take over interim. Because everybody else is on a dummy mission. Chris is not. He's going to retain his special teams duties after this is over with. That's probably what's going to happen. And Chris knows this, and he's just like, okay, cool. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in Carolina. And I get a chance to be an interim? Yeah, that's a win-win. Done deal. Where do I sign? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's smart. It's smart. And I see why they did it. I don't know who convinced him to do that and who decided on Chris, but whoever it was, good job. You did well. You just outsmarted Tepper, is exactly what you just did. And I'm proud of you. But see, here's the thing. If you're David Tepper right now, you're thinking, okay, well, I don't have to hire Chris. I didn't have to hire Wilkes. I didn't have to hire all these other people that are more qualified. Nah, I'm going to go out of market and I'm going to do what I want to do. Because I'm David Tepper. And I've got $1 billion, right? I got however much money this man has. You know, it's just like outrageous amount of money. So you're like, okay, whatever I want to do. You know, that's like buying like 15 yachts just because you can. Like, come on, man. Money ain't gonna fix this team. I'm telling you right now, money's not gonna fix this team, Mr. Tapper. And if you think it will, you're even more delusional than these folks. Okay? You're even more delusional than the people thinking that any of these guys are gonna get hired. It ain't happening. So, the odds for me are on Ben Johnson. If you're trying to get a offensive-minded guy in here. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Shout out to Barry, who says his score prediction is Buccaneers 16, Panthers 6. Oof. So here's my thing. With the offensive line revamped, with this new guard, we got Deontay Brown back on the practice squad, where he rightfully belongs. Give this man some reps. Let's find out who he is, because you haven't done so already, and you need to. Somebody needs to be fair to this man, because every which way up and down, this man has been screwed over on how many reps he's been getting and not getting evaluated properly. And it's pissing me off, honestly, because he was one of my picks as far as who I thought we should have drafted late in the draft. Nobody's been respecting him the way they should be. Chris, you're up to bat. I need you to start respecting him now. You're in charge of this team temporarily for the rest of the year. It's your turn. Step up to the plate, sir. Take a swing. Alright, so according to that score prediction right there, you're saying that we're only going to get 2 field goals against the Buccaneers? That's what you're saying right now to me? We just signed a professional guard. We're getting Cade Mays back, probably. We're having a meeting with James Camp and asking him what our fundamentals are from this point forward. Are we teaching these guys proper fundamentals? Footwork, hands, everything else. Is this working out well? What do we need to do to fix this? You know? Because it doesn't pass the eye test right now. None of these guys are passing that test for me. They're not winning the trenches. Not even Bozeman at this point is winning the trenches at times. And Ickey's left on an island. He does not do well on an island, folks. He does not. Y'all better fix that. Alright, so you put a new offensive scheme in place with Chris Poor. You start utilizing these weapons more. This Island of Misfit Toys weapons list here of players that we have. And from that point forward, I can see where we get more than just 2 field goals. Because Bryce is capable of doing that. If you get these guys open on routes that they can get open on, you will see success. The problem is you're giving them the wrong routes right now. Okay, so what can we do to rectify that? That's on Thomas Brown. He's calling the plays right now, right? Assisted by other people. Okay. So, from that point forward, I expect to see some progress. At least a little bit of progress. Maybe 1 touchdown, maybe a touchdown or field goal, something. Something. Just get us into range. Get us into a possibility where we can get some points. I need something. It's like we've been walking through the Sahara Desert without water this year offensively. And we keep seeing mirages. We keep seeing... Oh, God, it's frustrating. Give us something real, please. Give us something real. And I need to see these boys utilized. I need to see TMJ utilized. I need to see LaVisca utilized. I need to see all these healthy scratch players utilized. Why are they sitting on the bench? Oh, that's right, Frank Wright. So did we make the right decision of firing him? Absolutely. Great job. You fired everybody that needed to be fired, and you kept the people that we really can't afford to get fired right now. We'll deal with all that mess at the end of the season. But right now, we fired the right people. And I'm pleased with it. I'm very, very pleased. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me and doing the right thing. I can't even believe I'm actually saying this, but thank you, Mr. Tapper. After all the heat I've been throwing at this man all year, thank you so much. Oh, that is a breath of fresh air right now. So, with that being said, shout out to Richard, shout out to Elliot, appreciate you. What if Chris Tapor could take what we have and win? And when he gets the job, why not? Again, I really do believe Chris is on a dummy mission as well. I don't think he's taking it. You could throw his name in the hat if you wish. But we just learned from the Steve Wilkes situation, it's not going to happen probably. Even if he does win out. And actually makes the $70+ million worth something that we spent, from player money and from Charlotte taxpayer money. But you got to milk the rest of the season out as much as possible. You got to try and make that money worth something. I don't normally recommend this, but we're in a desperation state. If we actually had not taken that money out of player contracts and we just had that money and we spent it like that, I would say, okay, well, we're going to get a new head coach. We're going to have money coming in next year. We're not going to owe anything, to these players that we're not already owing. Why not just tank the rest of the season? It's pretty much done. But at this point, we spent all that player money and all that taxpayer money on this roster. We better do something with it. We better make some moves with it. Otherwise, these players are not going to want to stay here. They're not going to want to... Why would you want to stay here? After having your contract cut like that? If I'm one of those players, I'm gonna be like, after seeing a one win season, I'm gonna be like, where's my money? Where's my ching ching? You know what I'm saying? Where's my green money? Like, you cheated me out of this money. Where is it at? Y'all gonna keep doing that to me? I'm out. Because I already know you have to owe me the rest of that money anyway. Once I leave this place. But if I'm going to be mistreated and I'm not going to be used correctly in the prime of my career, why should I stay here? Why should I waste more years of my career here? And the players that had that happen to them would be totally justified in doing so. I would agree with them. I'm not going to fight you on that opinion. I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to side with you. Because if we can't get the head coaching in our situation with David Tepper squared away, nobody's going to want to come here. We're not worth anything. We are the worst team in 4 different major league sports in America right now. Winning wise. Since 2019. The worst. 303 winning percentage. For people that missed it in the last couple of streams, I don't think people understand how bad this situation is now. This is desperation time. We gotta win out. We gotta win out, or at least win as many games as we can. Make that money worth something. Then at least maybe they'll say, okay, you got a few wins after you fired Frank, who we know was the problem. He was the source of all our problems that was holding us back. Okay, cool. Now that we've done that and we've gotten a few wins, okay, let's see what Tepper brings in next. And if he goes strike 3, then I'm leaving. You know what I'm saying? If he hires another stupid coach, then I'm out. If I'm a player. You know, that had my contract cut. But if he hires a good head coach, I'm staying. Because I want to see this through. I want to see what happens, you know, if I'm not under contract. I'm curious to see what will happen. You know, I know I'm getting paid either way, but I want to see what happens. You know, as long as I'm putting food on the table and I'm able to pay my bills, I'm good. You know, if I'm a player in those situations. Sure. So, should Chris's name be put into the hat? Sure. I don't see why not. I don't know how much good it's going to do. Even if he does win out. Even if he doesn't make that money worth something, I don't know. But as long as we see the opportunity to do so, we got to do it. There's no other choice, guys. I don't like it any more than you do. That's why I say normally I wouldn't suggest what I'm suggesting right now. But this is desperation times. We are this close to having a GM that could screw us for the next 20 years. This close. But Mr. Tepper said, I'm not going to do that to this franchise. Thank you. Praise the Lord. Thank you. I do not want to become the next New York Jets for the next 20 years. No, thank you. And go through our desert of despair for the next 20 years. No, thank you. Now, let's give him one more year. Let's give him until you see a good head coach set up in a good system set up. And if you still see bad players being drafted under that system, and the head coach is doing what he's supposed to be doing, okay, let's look at Scott at that point and say, okay, what are you doing? then I could see where people would be justified, later on doing something about Scott. But right now, we can't take that chance. It's too risky. It's too risky because Mr. Tepper is hiring the next GM if we cut Scott right now. I know that this is preaching to the choir right now of people that are going to disagree with me. And I don't care. I don't care. What I need is Mr. Tepper to hear me on this one. If we do this, that's 20 years of despair, man. You think it's bad now. Try having a horrendous bad GM, getting us the wrong players, plus a horrendously bad head coach. And keep rotating the head coach. And keep rotating a GM until 20 years are up and we have not done jack. We have nothing to show for it. That's what's going to happen to us. And I'm warning you, if you let go of Scott, that's what's going to happen. So I'm asking you, deal with the head coach first. Then deal with Scott. I'm not saying that Scott shouldn't be discussed. I'm not saying that you can't look at Scott and blame him for stuff. I'm not saying that eventually he should not get fired. What I'm saying is, don't do it now. Pick the timing. Okay? Pick the timing. And choose carefully his successor when you do. But now is not the time. Because we have been doing things the backwards way from how they should be done. Because it should be owner, GM, head coach, quarterback. We've been doing things backwards. The way we do it is, okay, if the GM doesn't work out, we fire the head coach. If the head coach doesn't work out, we fire the GM. It's backwards, bro. It's backwards. Every part of this is backwards. And we can't seem to figure out what we're doing wrong. It's a catch-22. And we don't seem to understand that we can't get our way out of it if we don't go backwards and look at what caused the problem in the first place. And do things the backwards way to go forwards. I know it sounds strange, but that's what we have to do. I know it sounds weird, y'all, but that's what's got to happen. So, you got to deal with the head coach spot before you can deal with the GM spot. And I think Mr. Tepper understands this to some degree. And I have to eat some crow a little bit too, because he did show that he had a little bit of football knowledge. So, as a fan, I give him credit for that. So I'm backing my statements up on that, and I'm letting him know, I apologize. I thought you didn't have any football knowledge, sir. I apologize. You do. But you don't have enough to be able to hire a head coach, though. That's the problem. Because we keep running into this same catch-22 over and over and over again since your ownership began. And I don't want that happening with the GM spot too. We got enough problems at head coach right now. We don't want to double that up. Not at GM. You thought it was bad now? Wait till that happens. It could always get worse, folks, before it gets better. And we've been saying that all year long. Pretty much every year. We've been saying, oh, okay, yeah, well, it could always get worse. Yeah, it can. And it has. And we continue down this spiral until we finally decide, oh, Look at what these other teams are doing that they did right. Look at how they built the 14 and 15 team that took us to the Super Bowl. Learn from that model, please. Because that's what's going to get you there. Tampa is the problem, and you need to leave it in the hands of someone that knows what the heck they're doing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mason. He really does, though. Because he doesn't understand enough to make these decisions himself. All due respect, he doesn't. So, I don't know who made the decision on putting Chris Tapor in charge and who all should have been fired. I feel like it might have been some of the veteran players that he talked to, Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis, Greg Olsen maybe, that may have suggested those. But they were correct. You know, listening to your former professional players that have done well, that have been in a Super Bowl, is a wise move. That's how you start to learn about this team that you invested money in. So, well done. Well done, sir. You've taken a small step forward towards understanding this team. Now, continue that journey, please. You know, I don't care what people have to say. Come out to the practices. Learn these teams. Learn this team. Be hands-on if you want to. Learn about the product that you're putting on the field. Have a meeting with your coach and say, what do you plan on doing with all this talent? Let's see if we're on the same page. And if we aren't, okay. Let's find somebody that is. Because, look, man, we need somebody that understands this team, running this team. No one seems to understand that. No one seems to be running this team that understands this team at all. It's happened over and over and over again. And when you finally have a candidate that finally does understand this team to the fullest degree, which is Steve Wilks, you won't hire him. Put this in the hands of somebody that understands this better. Put this in the hands of You get my point. From what I've been hearing, Bryce Young didn't really fit in well with Frank Wright. Nobody fit in well with Frank Wright because Frank didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know what he was looking for. How can you fit in with a system that isn't even a system? Because the man just asked your GM to sign the best available players that just happen to be out on the market. He didn't have a specific position in mind. He didn't, it was just sign whoever's out there that looks really good to you. That have a lot of talent and have a lot of Super Bowl caliber. Oh yeah, this person has Super Bowl caliber, sign him. This player has Super Bowl caliber, sign him. Doesn't matter what system they're running. They're all running different systems, totally different systems. You can't mix that together. It's an island of misfit toys and expect that to work. This isn't Madden. You're not building an all-pro Madden team. Okay? Put down the controller. Let's actually think about this, please. You have to have a system in place in order for it to work. You have to put certain players in certain positions in that system for it to work. You cannot continue to do the same stupid things that Frank was doing and expect that to work. And then you have the healthy scratches. Like, what are you planning on doing with these players if you're not going to play them? Why are they here? Like, it's madness. It was madness. We had to get rid of Frank. He was a toxic Wasteland. He was an infection, man. I'm telling you. God. Now we got to clean up that mess that he created. On top of the mess that was already there. We got to clean up the crap that was already on top of the crap. Golly. In order to get some more crap that we need to fix. This is ridiculous. But yeah, with a proper system, I think we could do well with Bryce. I do have a lot of optimism with that. Can we get a freaking win tomorrow? Sheesh, I'm with you. I'm with you. We need it. We need it bad. And I'm telling you, Tampa is a beatable team. We can do it. The playoff window isn't 100% closed yet. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all can call me delusional all you want. It's not closed yet. Remember, we won the division with a 7-win record one year. It's not impossible to do it again. We're going to need some help from Tampa Bay, but can it be done? Yes. Crazier things have happened. You know, I've seen some wild stuff in this league. I really have. I've seen an old clip of the Mud Bowl, you know? The lowest scoring game in NFL history. It was won on a field goal. On what looked like a chip shot. But it was actually a very, very difficult kick. In the mud. And he made it. That team won 3-0. So if you're going to tell me that impossible things can't happen, oh, they definitely can. They definitely can. But it takes a team that is willing to fight and continue to fight and wants to win and is learning from the past players that were successful on how to win in order to do so. It takes a team that's willing to be passionate and play for a head coach that really wants to win in order to get there. We will see how the players respond to him, and if it doesn't work, I will beg Wilkes to come back and admit I was wrong because players responded well to him. Wilkes is not coming back, folks. Y'all got to stop this. Put yourself in Wilkes' shoes for a second, guys, please. If you're Steve Wilkes, why would you want to come back here? Please tell me why you would want to come back here if you're Wilkes. There's nothing for you here. You have an owner that doesn't know how to pick out a head coach and will deny you again. You've already got a defensive coordinator in Ajaro that's top 10 in defense. You know, you've already got you know, why would you want to come back here? You've already got success in San Francisco. Why would you come back here to this train wreck, to this sinking Titanic? Why? For what reason? Just forget that pipe dream. Please just forget that pipe dream. It's not happening. I'm so tired of hearing about that. Like, every week. Steve Wilkes this, Steve Wilkes that. Stop it. He's not walking through these doors unless he's playing against us. Get it through your thick skull. Same thing with Cam Newton. He's not coming back here unless he's playing against us. He doesn't want to come back here. He's probably denied at least a half a dozen phone calls and hasn't told us on air yet. Stop it. Stop it. You're delusional on that one. Sorry, it needs to be said. It needs to be said. Anybody that thinks that Cam Newton is coming back to Carolina is delusional. Sorry. Not happening. Do you like Frank's firing? Absolutely I do. That just opened the door to possibilities, and we got rid of the source of the infection, man. Now we got some work to do. We got some things that we can accomplish. Now that we are not held back. We're not handcuffed anymore. And Chris Tapor actually understands this team. He's not on a dummy mission. Anybody else that was going to take that interim tag was on a dummy mission. But Chris understands he's probably going to end up back right where he was in special teams in Carolina, and he doesn't care. He's happy with that. So you made a very, very good decision. Now the firing that didn't make sense to me was Deuce Staley. I'm not sure why you decided to fire him, but again, I don't know. Record prediction. There's a lot of things that need to go into this record prediction before we can actually make the prediction. Number one, can we actually fix this offense in order to be competitive for the last 6 games? Number two, will these players play for Chris Tapor? Number three, can we get some stability out of this defensive line to where they're actually bull rushing and getting what they need to get done? We could easily be a top 5 run defense, or at least competitive for a top 5 spot, ranked wise, as a whole defense, if we could get that defensive line in order. We just signed Shaquille together for Mr. Griffin here. I can never say that first name right. I apologize. Mr. Griffin, we signed him. Will J.C. Horn play on Sunday? Will Jeremy Chin play on Sunday? Got that question already tonight. I think possibly. That's all right. I'm happy to answer it again. It's possible. Because I do have new people coming in the chat periodically, so I don't mind answering questions multiple times. You know, if it's a new person. Asking the same question. I'm cool with that. But possibly. I don't know the full extent. You know, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. But, to continue on with your previous question with the record prediction, the next thing we need to determine is how many of those games are actually winnable games. Based on the fact that we've already fixed our offense and we've gotten our defense figured out too. Which one of those games could cost us a playoff spot this year, if there's even one available? So, I'm going to say if we fix our offense, if we get our ducks in a row, and this team actually looks like a competitive team, Green Bay is a trap game. I've said that before and I'll say it again. Green Bay is a trap game because that quarterback that they have in Green Bay just matched Aaron Rodgers' rookie numbers from when he was a rookie. That's right, folks. He just matched him. So, Am I sleeping on Green Bay? Heck no, I'm not. No, I'm not. At all. I got my eyes peeled on Green Bay right now. Wide open on Green Bay. That team could come up and surprise you at any point. If you think that, with our schedule looking like it does, oh, yeah, we're going to feel real good about our wins going up until Green Bay, and we walk into that game and we get absolutely pounded by 14 points, I would not be surprised. That's what happens if we fall into the trap. We cannot fall into the trap. Not this year. We cannot pull a Carolina Panthers, okay? We cannot pull a Cardiac Cats. Stop that. If you want to win, then let's win. Now, there is a small chance that we catch Jacksonville off guard. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but there's a small chance. Jacksonville might come off that last game before they face us and feeling pretty good and saying, oh, well, it's the Panthers. They got a terrible record. What, they won 3 games? Let's show them who they really are, And let's expose them. Wrong. We're going to be for real. Joke's on y'all, right? That's what's going to happen if we catch them off guard. Now, if they come in there thinking, okay, we got a playoff spot, but we haven't earned our playoff spot, we still have a message to send to people. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to make sure people know that we deserve this spot. We got to keep playing hard through the rest of the year. And if they come in like that with that mentality, it's going to be a real tough battle. I'm going to tell you that right now. And it's going to be an uphill battle. We're going to have to climb Mount Everest to beat those guys at that point. Because I know Trevor Lawrence better than anybody here. This dude is a monster, and he lives for that competition. He lives for those types of games. We walk in there and we face these guys when Trevor Lawrence is playing like that. It's going to be a long game. And this defense better be ready. I mean fired up and ready. Y'all better be putting some heat on this man if you want any chance. Because once Trevor starts hitting some of his stride, man, it's over for you. It's over. With a healthy Etienne, good luck. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Good luck. Because Jacksonville's on their way to a 10-win season with that schedule of theirs. 10 to 12 wins. I'm telling you right now, it's happening. Y'all can doubt me all you want. I'm trying to tell you right now, watch out for Jacksonville. They are no joke this year. They have not been a joke at all since they started building. And they're building the right way. So if you want to catch them off guard, you better hope. You better hope everything goes right for us. If we ran the table, what are our odds of making the playoffs? I would say they're slim, but they're possible. And that's what I was going to allude to next. I can run the odds on the playoff machine if you guys want. We can do that. ESPN had it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? They ain't got it. I gotta Google it. There it is. There it is. All right. Now on screen for YouTube, okay? We're here now. We're at week 13. Now, Falcons currently hold the division lead at 5-6. Now let's go ahead and say the Eagles are going to be a lock for the playoffs. San Francisco is going to be a lock for the playoffs, and Detroit's going to be a lock for the playoffs. And I would probably say Dallas is going to be a lock as well. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. There's no getting around that. Now, what's available here is the 7th seed or the 4th seed. I would venture to say the Vikings take that 6th seed unless there's some kind of a mix-up between Seattle and the Vikings. Alright, so let's go ahead and say we run the tables here. Let's see what happens. Alright, we beat the Saints. We beat the Falcons. We somehow beat Green Bay. We don't fall into the trap. We beat Jacksonville. And we beat the Saints. Okay, so now let's take a look at the Falcons because they currently hold the division lead, right? They're going to lose to the Jets. So that's one loss. Detroit is going to beat the Saints and move themselves up to the 2nd seed. I can already tell you that's a huge possibility right there. And we've already beaten Tampa Bay. So, therefore, moving on to week 14. What do we got here? We got the Bucs and the Falcons, right? Let's say the Bucs win this game. The Falcons get knocked down to 6-9. You've got where's the Saints? Where's the Saints? Oh, we beat the Saints. Okay. So let's say we beat the Saints in week 14, right? Week 15, we're moving on. We beat the Falcons. That's 2 losses the Falcons have to take. Actually, that's 3. That's 3. In order to get down to 6-9. So, what does Tampa Bay do? They lose to Green Bay. Alright, where's the Saints? Saints would beat the Giants and put themselves in a spot. Well, we are 6-9. They're 6-9. We're 6-10. All right, so the possibility is there. Week 16. This is the critical week. We beat Green Bay. If we don't fall into this trap and we beat Green Bay, Jacksonville's going to beat Tampa. We know that's going to happen. Let's go ahead and call that what it is. Saints win against the Rams. They retake the division lead at 7-9. I don't see the Rams winning this game. I just don't. I don't see it. So, week 17. Falcons beat the Bears. Retake the division lead. We beat Jacksonville somehow. Now here's the Saints and the Bucs. Okay, what if the Bucs win this game against the Saints? Well, now things are still a little bit interesting here. We're only a game behind. Okay, so week 18, the final critical week. We beat Tampa Bay. The Saints and Falcons battle it out right here. And we're still a game behind. So, now we're going to start looking at this wild card spot. Because the division is not in reach. Okay, what's going on with Seattle? They lose to Dallas this week. I predicted that one already. Week 14. What does Seattle do? They're going to lose to the Niners. That's going to put Green Bay in the hunt for that spot. We'll deal with Green Bay in a minute. Continuing on with Seattle. They're going to lose to the Eagles. 16. Week 16. Seattle returns with a win over the Titans. Week 17. Pittsburgh beats Seattle in a surprise upset. And I can see that happening, folks. That's a real one. That's a real possibility. Now, week 18, you've got Seattle beating the Cards and retaining 7th seed. Okay. So let's go back to the Packers now. Packers get beat by Green Bay. By KC here. KC just knocks the living heck out of them. I can see that happening, folks. That's real. That's very real. Green Bay recovers against the Giants in week 14. Green Bay beats Tampa Bay in week 15. In week 16, we've got us beating Green Bay. Week 17, Vikings beat Green Bay. Or does it go the other direction? That's that 6th seed up for grabs. Who wants it? 7-win teams right there. Okay. We'll come back to that because that's important right there. Green Bay and the Bears. Green Bay beats the Bears and takes their 7th seed. Now we're going to go to the Vikings. And the Vikings are the key factor here. This is where things get a little bit interesting. The Vikings do not play this week, to my knowledge. I don't think they do. So let's move on to week 14. The Vikings will lose in a surprise upset to the Raiders, who have been playing a little bit better than their record shows. Alright, week 15. Let's go. They beat the Bengals. Bengals have been having a rough year. Let's see. Cincinnati's at 5-6 right now. Yeah, they're having a rough year. I can see that happening. But then again, it is the NFL this year, so you never know. Alright. Vikings in week 16 lose to the Lions. Week 17, Vikings, let's see, what do they do? If Green Bay wins that game, puts them in a 6th seed spot right there. If they lose, 7th seed. And the Vikings retain 6th seed. Now, week 18. Critical factor here. This is where all the chips are on the table for the Vikings. They're going to lose to Detroit again. Which means these two stay the same. And that's your playoff endings for the year. I don't know how people are calculating that we could have the division. They're thinking that the Saints might lose all their games. Okay, let's say the Saints do lose all their games. Let's say they lose to Detroit. That's going to happen anyway. Okay. They lose to us. The Saints then lose to the Giants? Nah, bro. Nah. But look at that. It puts us in force. It puts us in the lead. Okay. But week 16. They lose to the Rams. We're in. Not happening. Nah. They're already losing to the Buccaneers in week 17. So week 18, who do the Saints play? They play the Falcons. The Falcons retain the lead if they lose to the... if they beat the Saints there. Which means we really need to root for the Giants. This game right here has to go our way in order for us to get in. That's the critical one right there. All the rest of those games, according to my predictions, will happen. I feel like. And the Saints will get that 4th seed. With the win over the Falcons. That's the other critical game that needs to go our way. That one right there. That's if we went out, folks. Alright, so now we see how this might be possible. So now what? How do we get there? How do we win out? Is it even possible to win out? It could be. If we get our offense fixed. And we work on fundamentals with the D-line. We could be a very, very dangerous team. I believe that we have the weaponry on the D-line. I honestly do believe we have that weaponry on the D-line. And our offensive line players are not as terrible as we think they are. It's fundamentals. Work on footwork, work on hands, work on technique. And we'll see where we go from there. If these guys are still trash after that, playing like trash, they're not trash themselves. They're playing like trash. I need to reiterate that. I need to clarify that. Then it is possible to do something. Now what that's going to do is that's going to open up our pass rush to be able to get sacks, pressures, whatever we need to do. But ultimately we need another pass rusher to complement Brian Burns. We're lacking that level of skill right now. to take the heat off of Burns. Because all the offensive line is doing is saying, okay, well, if we can just hold out Burns, we're good. You know, every offensive line that we're going to face. So if we get that fixed, I think we can get that fixed at the end of the year. I don't see us doing that this year. I would like to see us draft a defensive end to fix that problem and develop him properly under Ajaro. But the rest of these guys, you can help them by working on them with fundamentals. And they will improve, they will develop a little bit. It'll be slow but sure, but you can do it. Now, once this O-line gets fixed, which, again, I think we have the talent out there, minus Zavala, because he's a rookie, I would put Cade Mays out there, because I trust Cade Mays. And I don't trust Zavala. I don't trust Throckmorton that we just tossed. You know, he's not the answer. We need to trust Cade. I think Cade is the answer. But you got to develop him. You got to teach him the skills, the fundamentals, everything he needs to succeed. If you don't do that, you're wasting your time. And camping, that's when I start to ask that question. Are you a product of Green Bay's system, or are you actually as good as people say you are at your job? Then, the question then becomes, how much offense are we able to put up? Now that we've freed up enough protection for Bryce Young. Are we using these wide receivers correctly? Are we putting them in the best possible positions to get big plays that we need to move the ball down the field and move the chains? Never mind the penalties. We'll deal with the penalties when we get them. That'll be the next step later on. Right now, get these guys moving. You know, get them moving. If they're creating penalties right now, that's mildly acceptable. You know, but we're going to deal with that later. We got to get these chains moving. That's goal number one. Once we've dealt with that, we dealt with the penalties. We try to create some turnovers, get this offense on the field. You know? Then it becomes a question of how much offense are we putting up versus the teams that we're playing against. Because we know we have a top 10 defense. Okay? With a revamped defensive line, fundamentals-wise, we could be a threat. We could match Green Bay. Toe-to-toe with Green Bay. Now the question is, will it be enough? With the injuries happening right now at the end of that road, will it be enough? I don't know. I honestly don't know. That's the major unknown here. And at that point, you've done as much as you can possibly do. You know, it's either enough or it isn't. And if I'm a player and I'm seeing that we've done as much as we can possibly do to recover and resurrect this season, that has had his contract moved and cut in half to create the rest of the roster, I'm going to say, okay, you've done the best you could do. Cool. All right, so now what? Now what? If I see that, I'm going to go, okay, how are we going to build on this? Are we going to regress or are we going to build on this? If we regress, then I can't stay in an environment like that. Because you've already cut my contract, I'm not going to put up with that. No. I'm not putting up with another terrible head coach. I'm not doing it. But if we progress instead of regress, then I'm going to say, okay, there might be a future here. There might be something here. There might be some merit to Adam Thielen's words. You know? That he thinks we might have a chance at a Super Bowl. Okay. Well, in order to have a chance at the Super Bowl, you got to do all the things that I just listed. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere. You're regressing. But if we progress rather than regress, and you're one of those players that had their contract restructured this year, you're going, okay, I see the reason that you guys want me to stay. You have valid arguments. You have a valid resume. You know, in the front office room. You guys are actually trying to connect with us. You're trying to make things happen. I see progress here. Alright, cool. I'll stay. Let's see what happens for another year. You know? Make these arguments to these players, guys. Not to us. Make them to the players. The fans are going to say whatever they're going to say. That's just going to be a thing forever with the Panthers fan base. We love to yap, and have our own opinions out here behind the camera and a mic. That's just who we are. That's never going to change. You know, you got about, 20 different Panthers YouTubers doing the same thing. But they're just differing in opinions. They're going to keep doing what they do. You got the fans out there that are in the comment sections, you know, and all that. Just saying what they're going to say. What I'm trying to tell you is fix the team how you believe it needs to be fixed. How I'm suggesting it should be fixed. And you'll start to see progress, not regression. The last thing we need right now is regression. And hiring the wrong coach, regression. Firing Scott Tepper, Scott Fitterer right now, regression. Massive regression. For 20 years, regression. Even if you hire the right head coach and you still got a horrendous GM, which, let's be honest, if Tepper somehow gets that one right and still misses on the GM, you're betting against the house in Vegas that this is not going to happen. Folks, this is a massive bet. One I am not willing to take. This is not the time to go Rambo, okay? It's not the time. This is not screw it time, okay? Don't do that. Let's throw all our chips in and it'll go all in. No, this is not the time to do that. This is the time to play it safe. Take your L's and play it safe. Because if you get too risky with this, I'm telling you what's going to happen. The house always wins in Vegas. Think about it. Think about it, folks. How many times do you see people winning in Vegas? And if you see enough winning in Vegas, you think, oh, they're cheating. They're cheating the system, right? That's what we always say, right? There you go. Don't get too aggressive here. Don't get too hair triggered. This is not the time. This is not the time for a wild hair, man. No, not at all. We got to get this under control. We got to get things stabilized. And right now, this is like the teeter-totter of death with this team. We are this close to teeter-tottering downwards even further than we already are for the next 20 years. So, we either go upwards or we go downwards. Which way are we going? That's up to Tepper. If he gets a wild hair, we're in trouble. We're screwed. There's nothing we can do. And a protest up at the stadium is not going to help you. That's not going to do anything. All that's going to do is tell Tepper that we're pissed off, which he already knows we're pissed off. He already knows this. Okay? This is nothing new. If this is new to him, then I question who he is. As a person, like, are you even paying attention to your own fan base? Like, you know, and we all know he is. Come on. He already acknowledged that in the presser. He is. He's paying attention to us. But it's not going to do any good. I mean, again, what are you trying to accomplish if you go up there and protest? You're expecting something positive to happen, and if it doesn't, then why are you even there? So, we accomplished, by making our voices heard, Frank being let go. And some of the coaching staff that need to be let go, that were let go, without a protest. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you don't need a protest to get stuff done. You just need the management to hear you. You know what I'm saying? You need them to hear you. And I just proved my point this week, man. Tepper is hearing us. And I appreciate it. So much, man. You have no idea how much I appreciate it. I love this team. I love this franchise. I want to see it succeed. I want to see this team go to the highest highs, man. And fly. But we got to get there, man. We got to do a lot of work to get there. It's going to take patience. It's going to take a lot of frustration and anger, you know, along the way. You know, and a lot of growing pains to get there. But can it happen? Yes. You got to start the steps. And this week we have begun the steps towards that by firing Frank Wright. You've taken care of the infection. Cool. You treated it. Now, what can you do to make sure that you do not create another infection? You've already created 2. How about we not create a 3rd one? And hire the right coach this time. With some experience. But not just experience. This time we need somebody that understands how this team is run. You don't need to hire a coach with just experience. You need to hire somebody that understands the ups, the downs, the lefts, the rights, the sideways of this team. That understands what we're doing here. Who these players are, tries to get to know them. And evaluates them properly. That can tell you, okay, if there's a certain situation, I want this player in. If there's a certain situation, I want this player to do this. If there's a certain situation, I want this player to do this. Because they understand who these guys are and what they can do and what they cannot do. and does not limit them and does not hinder them from doing what they're supposed to be doing. If you're gonna dip your hand in the cookie jar, at least do it the right way, Mr. Tepper. Get somebody that understands this organization to guide you. So instead of having Greg Olson be the head coach, how about an advisor role? That's a good idea, right? How about an advisor role? Because who better to advise Mr. Tepper and everybody in this staff about what this team should be doing than a former player that actually understands this team and has been following them and has been a broadcaster here. How about Luke Kuechly? Go ask him for advice. He would be happy to take that role. And he doesn't even have to travel to do it. Just go on video chat with it, man. You know? If you need to question what's going on, in an away game, okay. Show me the live feed of the practice. If you're Luke Kuechly, okay. Show me what this player's doing. Show me what this player's doing. Show me this drill. Show me this drill. Okay, cool. We got it on camera. Let me look at it. All right. These decisions should be made, in my opinion, according to what's going on. There's pluses and minuses. If anybody knows how to evaluate talent on this team, it's Luke Kuechly. If anybody understands how to put people in the right positions, it's Luke Kuechly. If anybody understands this locker room better than anybody else, it's Luke Kuechly. Thomas Davis, Greg Olson, all three of them know this team better than anybody else ever will. They were pros. They played this game. They understand exactly what it takes to get to the point that they were at. To the Super Bowl. Here's another idea. Ask Bozeman what it took for the Rams to get to the Super Bowl. What advice would you give to this team? On what they should be doing versus what they're not doing right now. Ask him. Because he's won a ring. Ask the players that have won a ring what it took for their players to get to where they are. And learn from them, please. Listen to them. Hear them out. They will tell you what you need. They will tell you what they need in order to get there. Hear them. Don't just listen, hear them. There's a difference. There's so many of these coaches out there that listen to these players, but won't hear them. Do both, please. It'll go in one ear and out the other. I can guarantee you, there's a handful of those coaches in the league that are like that. There's a handful of owners and GMs that are like that. And they don't hear these players when they're trying to tell them, we need to do these things in order to get where we want to go. It's these things that will take you to the next level and take you where you want to go. So, do I want to see Greg Olson in an advisor role instead of head coach? Absolutely. This would absolutely help. Luke Kuechly, advisor role. Yes. Thomas Davis, advisor role. Yes, please. Any of these players that were on Super Bowl 50, advisor roles. Yes, please. Ask any of them. You get a green light from me on that. I am all aboard. But if you want one of these guys as a head coach, they better have the credentials. Because right now, if you don't have the credentials, no. It's a no. I'm sorry, I can't endorse that. Not even Luke Kuechly at this point. Because he does not have the credentials. You've got to have the credentials. You've got to have a proven record of success in the league at a coordinator role in order to move up. None of these guys have that. They've never been in a coordinator role. Luke Kuechly is the closest because he's been in scouting. Otherwise, no. And I'm not even going to begin to address what I've been hearing about a certain ball coach that everybody thinks that we want. I'm not even going to begin to go there. Because I could go on an hour-long rant about why this is not a good idea. And it will never be a good idea. As far as one certain coach on that list that people want to hire here. Do I even need to say his name right now? Because everybody pretty much knows who it is at this point. I'll give you a hint. Cam Newton endorsed him. Cam Newton endorsed him. Why? All Cam Newton sees is a history of success. Okay? That's all Cam sees. But at what point are we going to stop putting our faith into what Cam says on certain things and instead put our faith into what makes sense? And put our faith into integrity. This certain head coach that everybody knows should never get a job here. Never. He represents the complete opposite of what the Carolina Panthers are. And have been built on. Do I even need to have that type of discussion with you guys about integrity? Do I need to? Because if any of you... Okay. Let's take a tally. We'll take a tally once people are in chat and want to answer this question. How many of you support Bill Belichick as a new head coach in Carolina? Yes or no question. And I'm going to ask that question later on when we get people in chat. I'm not going to ask it right now because we got nobody in here right now. But I will ask that question again. And I want a yes or no answer from the people in chat. And then I'm going to tell you why it's not a good idea. And will never be a good idea. But let's go back. Let's go back and talk about what this team is right now. What are our chances of getting this team back together and making a run? You got Gabe Jackson, who we just signed to the practice squad. This is the guard I was talking about. So, We also signed Michael Strick and waived David Wong Jr. Okay. I thought David Wong Jr. was actually showing a little bit of promise, but okay. Chris, it's your team. You are in. You have the reins. I don't know whether I like you or not yet. I don't know yet. Sell me on you. Alright? I need to understand who you are. During an actual live NFL game, I need to understand who you are, how you coach, what you do. Anybody could say the things that he said in that press room. Anybody. And they have. And gaslight you. That's why I'm not buying into any coach that talks in a presser right now. Unless I see active results on this field, I'm not buying what you have to sell me. You're not going to try to sell me a Lamborghini anymore. We've done this before, homies. We've done this before. And you're not my homie. You're not my G. You're not my friend. You're just a coach. We've done this before. You want me to buy what you have to sell me. You are an automatic. You are a car salesman to me. Sell me. Why should I buy your car? Why should I come in here and buy your car? Why should I buy the product that you're selling me? Do we need it? What purpose does it have? What can I do with said thing that you were trying to sell me? That is the purpose of advertising right there. And merching. Okay. So, let's apply that to coaching. Let's apply that to Chris. Who are you? Tell me your background. Okay. Special teams coach. Check. He's got a history of being one of the best special teams coaches in the league. Check. If not the best, arguable. Okay. What credentials do you have? Oh, I've been doing other people's jobs as well as my own. Shoot, man. When I heard that in that presser, I went, what? Bro. It is worse than I thought it was. You can't make this stuff up, folks. I'm just calling it for what it is. You can't make this stuff up. This man was doing other people's jobs and his own to prepare for certain situations. This is why he got the credentials he had. This is why Tepper, or whoever it was, decided to move him up to interim. This is why. And it's the same reason that Steve Wilkes got his interim tag. Because, look, man. Wilkes was doing half your jobs for you as a defensive coordinator. He was doing half your jobs for you. He was motivating the players. He was pushing them. He was telling them, get your butts in gear. Let's come out here and play. The offense wasn't hearing it because they were in control of. He was not in control of the offense. He was only in control of the defensive side. That's why you only saw success on the defensive side under Wilkes. Same thing with Jaro, except he's keeping his mouth shut. He's not saying anything. He knows he's only in control of that defense. He's not even going to try to mess with that offense. That's why he didn't get the interim tag. He didn't get offered. Because he knew he would have to say no. Okay. Let's look at Deuce Staley. Why was this man fired? Why? For what reason? He had no pull. He was just duck and cover. Duck and cover, man. Duck and cover. There's too much nonsense going on. There's too many bullets flying right now. Duck and cover. I don't want no part of this. Well, now you're a free bird, man. You're a free bird. Go hang out with some other team, man. Enjoy your coaching career, sir. Because I know you got a big future somewhere else. Good luck to you. You got my support. You got my love. Go get it somewhere else, man. Then, there's little old Chris Tapor as special teams head coach. Special teams coach. No one's even paying any attention to him. He's just doing his job. He's that behind the scenes worker keeping everything together. And from falling totally apart. If it was not for him, everything would be chaos. And this man got pushed to interim tag by doing half these people's jobs for them. Just so he could prepare for his situations of what he would do on certain downs and distances. Now, if that doesn't tell you something about the preparedness of this man, I like it. I like it. But it also pisses me off at the same time that he's doing everybody else's job for him. That they can't do themselves. It's a half and half right there. But I'll tell you what. I'll take the good with the bad here. I'm not biting the hand that feeds you. I'm not going to do it. I will take that in stride right there. I'm going to take that in the right direction. And I'm going to say, okay, now what? How can that be translated into wins? By messing around with this roster, by messing around with this depth chart. Okay. We'll look at that in 1 second, but I want to finish up on chat here. And I'll answer my own question here in a second. David Screw says, "Sup, bro? At the bar, keep pounding. I think we're getting a win tomorrow. I just hope we see a major improvement on offense tomorrow. I've heard a lot of good things about Tepper." You've heard a lot of good things about You'd be the only one. You'd be the only one, sir. Oh, God. This week I have heard nothing but everybody trashing Tepper. Especially after the Frank Wright firing. I'm just sitting there going, Okay, but why? After the firing. But why? You don't seem to understand that this man fired all the right people and not the wrong ones. You don't seem to understand this man does actually care about this franchise, and he just proved it to you through action. You don't seem to understand that this man is willing to try to get us where we want to go. But he's got to keep correcting his own mistakes. He's got to keep putting his hand in the cookie jar, so to speak, in order to do so. And people don't want to hear that. They don't want to see that. Because he's already had a bad history of whenever he did put his hand in the cookie jar, bad things happen. Okay, so get somebody to manage the team for you. Simple. That understands this franchise, that understands this team. Not just somebody that understands football, but understands this team. There's a difference. Same thing with the new head coach. Get somebody that understands this team. Or can understand this team after studying it. If you're hiring from outside of the franchise. I just hope we see a major improvement in the offense tomorrow. Excuse me. Yes, I agree. I hope we do too. With the moves we just made, you might just see this new guard that we signed. Mr. Gabe Johnson. Gabe Jackson, I'm sorry. Gabe Jackson. You might just see him get elevated. It might happen. If we continue to see the same type of play from Zavala, and our fundamentals don't get fixed, I don't know that I would immediately look at the lack of talent on the field. I would look at Mr. Campen too. Because he's not teaching these guys the fundamentals correctly. Yes, go ahead and sign Gabe up there. You know, if Zavala keeps doing the same stuff that he was doing. But oh wait, he's on IR, so you can't blame him anymore. You see the problem here, folks? Everybody wants to throw Zavala under the bus. Now he's on IR. Alright, who you going to blame now? Who you going to blame now? There's always somebody, right? You're going to start blaming it on Icky. You're going to start blaming it on Taylor Moton, right? And yes, they are the sources of the problem. But can we fix that with fundamentals? No one's thinking about this. No one's even talking about this. It's oh, this player's trash if they're not playing well. Oh, this player is good if he's playing well. Leave him alone. You know? Get off of his back. Nobody talks about fundamentals. The things that keep this team going. Fundamentals. Footwork, hands, technique, discipline. No one's discussing these things. They need to be addressed. That's why I would immediately get Mr. Campen in an office and ask him that question. What are you doing about these 4 things? Don't ask him about the talent that's on the field. We already know what the talent is. Ask him about fundamentals. That's the answer we need. That's the answer that's going to start solving problems. But if you're saying good things about Tepper right now, just because Frank Wright is gone, Okay, I could buy. I could buy into it. I could buy into it. Okay, but what now? You still got to hire a head coach. And he's 0 for 2 on head coaches. What now? So let's take a look at this. We, honestly, I saw something in David Long Jr., though. I saw a little bit of a spark or something there. But, again, it's Chris's team, so, hey, okay. YGM. Nobody wants to talk about YGM right now. YGM. This dude was starting to make a little bit of progress under Ajaro before he got injured. I want to see him retain that job. Let's see him come back out there. Let's see that spark again. Let's see if he can do what he was doing before. It doesn't seem like we have much other choice. We don't have any other defensive end that can really make that push except for YGM. Opposite of Burns. You know? And if I'm Scott, if I'm a new head coach, I'm thinking, okay, we need to draft a guy that's going to be able to do that. We need to draft a Julius Peppers type. We need to draft a Greg Hardy type. You know, that can get things done. They can get the heat off of Burns. Burns can only be successful if you take the heat off of him. You know, otherwise he's just a man. Look at TJ Watt, man. TJ Watt's great, but look at his counterpart. His counterpart is almost as good as he is. That's why he's having as much success as he is. Plus, guess what, folks? There's that F word again. Fundamentals. Ding, 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 ding. You know? And I hate to be that guy, man, but that keeps repeating the same words, but I have to say it because it's so relevant and it's so important right now. Look at all the great defensive ends that are out there right now. Who do they have on the opposite of them that's making them great? A counterpart that has fundamentals, that has discipline, that has strength, that has speed, that can bull rush, that can get off blocks, that can stop the run and tackle properly. And when you take that away from where that player was having success, look at Montez Sweat, you're seeing his numbers go down. Why? Because he's with a trash team that doesn't give him a counterpart. The Bears said, nah, we're going to draft one for you. Watch this. Chicago Bears, second round pick, defensive end. Watch what I'm telling y'all. How much you want to bet? They either draft a defensive end with that number one pick that they just took from us, or they get it in the second round. Watch. If you have a smart GM, that's what you do. After just acquiring Montez Sweat for all that money. You say, okay, here you go. Here's a counterpart. Let's get it done. You start building on that D-line. You say, okay, you need a defense tackle? Done. Here you go. You need some offensive linemen to protect Justin Fields? Done. Here you go. You need a weapon for Justin Fields? Done. Here you go. You need a corner? Let's get him. Done. And you start building from there. I don't know how smart this GM is in Chicago, though. I don't know how smart he is. because he might be good at figuring out, okay, here's a great player. I'm going to trade the house for him. You know, or I'm going to trade something for him and get him. And fool some other team into giving him to me. But then that same GM goes, okay, I want this player here, but for how much money? This dude wants the da 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 amount. I'm going to give him way above what he needs and overpay the crap out of him. Then I'm going to say, okay, then what? Then what? Because if you can't make the right decisions drafting wise, on top of that, to build on what you already started, you're not going to do anything. You're just trading for one spectacular player, and you're not going to do anything with him. You're just wasting his career. Just like Frank did with all these players when he suggested them to Scott to go get. And say, okay, I want all of these Super Bowlers on this team. Yeah, it looks great on paper, but it's a total mirage. It's a total gaslight. You know, because when you try to put them on the field from all different systems, it doesn't work. That's like trying to put together a remodeled car with parts from all kinds of different cars. You know, you got like some cylinders from a Ford. You got some carburetors from a Chevy. You got, and then you try to randomly put all this crap together, and it doesn't work, and you wonder why. Ooh, it won't start. It won't start. It's like, you idiot. You put them together from different systems. God, Frank, I got so much to teach you, bro. I love you to death as a person, but I got so much to teach you, bro. Oh, goodness. Let's start from the bottom. What is an offensive system? Yeah. Welcome to football class 101, bro. What is an offensive system? Is not an answer. That's not what we're looking for here. Try again. But it works good on paper. But I could make a political joke right now, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to do it. Oh, gosh. Alright. Here's the thing. Once we've made all these moves, okay, what now? How do we apply that to what we already have? So let's take a look at the depth chart. We've got DJ Chark, we've got TMJ at wide receiver, right? We've got Adam Thielen, Mingo, LaVisca, and Smith Marset. I've not even seen heads or tails of Smith Marset running any routes yet. I think I've seen one play. Maybe two of him running routes, but I don't know. Maybe I wasn't paying enough attention. I don't know. I was looking at our main playmakers because our main playmakers weren't getting it done. And I shouldn't have to do that if you have an offensive system that actually works. But you don't. Not under Frank. Not under Thomas Brown. We'll do a Thomas Brown at the end of the year. Right now, we just got to get this fixed. That's the main thing. Now, here's another question that I'm going to raise. Is Thomas Brown's offensive playbook actually legitimate? We've never even seen it. Because Frank micromanaged him when he said he wasn't going to. But he lied again. Alright, so what does Thomas Brown's playbook look like? What does it consist of? If it looks like Frank's, no. If it smells like Frank's, no. If it tastes like Frank's, no. If it looks in any way like Frank's playbook, no. He needs to go. And I'm telling you right now, don't hesitate. Just do it. Go get Ken Dorsey. Go get Ken Dorsey. The Chiefs are interested in this man right now. Why are we waiting? Why are we not calling him right now? Please. Please do not waste this opportunity. If the Chiefs see value in this man, why can't we see value in him? I don't... You put in charge the same man that literally got us only one win so far. During the time he was play caller. Okay, cool. He got one win. But that's against the Texans. Yeah, it's against the Texans. Cool. How about teams that are actually dangerous, like Green Bay, like Jacksonville, like the Saints, for instance? Okay. How about the Bucks that are coming in that still need to work on their offense, but still. That's cool and all, but you're facing a Antoine Winfield Jr. here. You're facing a Lavonte David if he's healthy, which I don't think he is right now. So you got lucky. You're facing a Devin White. And you're facing a KJ Britt, who's very talented. You're facing a Ryan Neal. You can't play around with this stuff. Either your playbook works or it doesn't. Right now, we don't have that luxury of saying, okay, it doesn't. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. This isn't mid-season anymore, sir. Either your playbook works or it does not. And if it does not, appoint somebody else that does. We cannot lose another game. I don't think you're hearing me, sir. We cannot lose another game, Mr. Thomas Brown. It either works or it does not. Now, we don't have time to test anymore. Testing time is over. We tested you against the Houston Texans. You barely passed. Okay, cool. We tested you against the Indianapolis Colts. You failed. You managed only 15 points against the Texans. You managed 13 points against the Colts. You failed. You managed 13 points against the Chicago Bears. You failed. The experiment's over. Get somebody in there that understands this offense and has a scheme. Stop letting Frank control your playbook and put somebody in that actually understands how to run an offense. Get Ken Dorsey into Carolina. Do it now, please. This man's proven in Buffalo that he has a proven offense. And the fact that KC wants him right now shows me that that is his playbook that Joe Brady is using in Buffalo right now. That is why it was so successful against the Eagles in that overtime game against Buffalo. That is proof right there. Go get Ken Dorsey before the Chiefs grab him. And you miss your window again. I'm trying to offer you guys solutions. You just don't want to hear them. You just don't want them. Stop being a hindsight team. Stop being a hindsight team. We're better than this. They're saying good things about Chris Tapor. Good. And again, with Chris Tapor, I'll say this. The fact that he said that he was doing things, other people's jobs, just to prepare for certain spots and certain situations, tells me he has a handle on this team. He understands what we're doing here, which is all the more reason why I'm glad he's interim. You know, you made a great decision, and I'm glad you did. Anybody else, they take that interim job, they're going to leave. They're going to go somewhere else. It's just who they are. You know, Ajaro's already looking at a head coaching job somewhere else. You give it to Deuce Staley, he's going to go up to the offensive coordinator role. You give it to Thomas Brown, he's going to stay at offensive coordinator and go somewhere else. You know, that's what's going to happen there. You don't want to give it to him. The experiment is over with Thomas Brown. It did not work. We cannot experiment anymore. We need W's. Now, please. If you want any shot at those playoffs, we need We need wins now. Now, please. Not 2 weeks from now, not 3 weeks from now, this week. Starting this week. In order to have any shot at maximizing how much money we just spent on this team. Period. Point blank. Now, how do we begin to get that win today? Against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because it's after midnight now. How do we begin to get this W? And again, if you want any shot at winning this division, guess what, folks? The Giants have to beat the Saints in Week 15 for this to happen. The Saints have to beat the Falcons in Week 18 in order for this to happen. Now, the chances of both happening, who knows? That's why I'm saying it's not over yet. But if we see the Saints beat the Giants in Week 15, that's when we know it's over. But until then, We have got to continue to fight. Every game must be a win. We have put ourselves here because we have failed so many times before this because of Frank Wright. Blame him. He was the problem the whole time. I've been trying to tell y'all that. But you don't want to hear me. No, nobody wants to blame Frank Wright. Everybody wants to defend him. Why was he fired? Why was he fired? Dude, do you want a laundry list of reasons why this dude was fired? Or do you want to actually fix this team? Do you want to sit in mediocrity forever? Or do you want to actually fix this team? If you actually want to fix this team, then follow me. Follow me. Because I can lead you there with my advice. I was right on Troy Hill. I was right on Frank being the toxic man and the infection that he was. You know, as far as being a head coach. Not as a man, but being as a head coach. He was the infection. We rooted it out. We cleaned it out. Okay, cool. Now you got to clean the wound. And we got to let it heal. Stitch it up. Let it heal. You know, if you're in the medical practice, that's what you do, right? When you see a gash or a wound, you stitch it up after cleaning up the wound and healing it and treating it properly, you know, with proper medicine. Okay, well, this team has now been cleaned of the infection. Now, we need to disinfect it, which means cleaning up the fundamentals. Then you need to, guess what? Stitch it up. Okay? Stitching it up means we got to try to get some dubs. We got some people off free agency in the positions of need. Okay, we started the stitching process. Good. But we got a lot of work to do. This ain't over yet. This procedure ain't over yet, y'all. You got to keep working at it. We're going to get there. So, let's again look at this roster that we're looking at right now. Now, I trust Cade Mays at right guard. If you want to elevate that new right guard that you just picked up, I'm down for it. I trust Cade Mays right now. Zavala just got IR'd. Nash Jensen was on the injury list. Ricky Lee somehow got hurt. I don't know how. David Sharp I haven't heard heads or tails from. You know, and we've got a mess on our hands. Let's put it. We don't have a backup for Bradley Bozeman. Alright, this is a mess. Guys, this is a mess. And where's Corbett on this list? Where's Corbett? That's the question I've got right now. You're right on about everything. It's sad because I thought Frank was going to be an awesome coach. I'm done getting excited till I see good coach in Carolina. I hear that one, brother. I'm not buying into any coach whatsoever until I see results. Period. I'm not doing it. You cannot convince me to buy into anything. I don't know. Nope. I'm not drinking any of your Kool-Aid. None of it. None of it. I'm not drinking Chris's. I'm not drinking any of it, bro. Show me you can be successful. Show me you can utilize talent in the right way. Otherwise, I'm not buying. Not buying what you're selling. We got Hayden Hurst that's being underutilized. We got Tommy Trimble that's being underutilized. We got Mingo that's being underutilized. Who is Steve Smith's pick, by the way? We got LaVisca that's being underutilized. We don't even know if Smith Marset can catch any passes. We haven't tried him. And then we got a TMJ that's sitting on the bench just going, man, put him in. He can't. This is comical at this point. This is straight up comical at this point. You're doing it to yourselves. Oh my god. And did anybody see that crazy article about Mingo like purposefully sabotaging himself and the team and not refusing to catch the ball in bounds? Did anybody see that? Dude, that crap was wild. God. That garbage was wild, bro. I saw that. I was just like, oh my god, I'm done, bro. I'm done. Y'all just come up with some wild stuff, don't you? Bro, I can't with that. Oh, lordy. Lordy, 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 lordy. Yo. Steve, if you're gonna pick out a wide receiver, man, please make sure this dude can play. Make sure that he's not gonna get underutilized. Because if he's gonna get underutilized, he's no good to us. That's a wasted pick. And that's wasted talent that could have gone somewhere else. Bro. I love you to death, Agent 89. I love you to death. But if you in any way think that Bill Belichick is going to solve this team's problems, I'm disgusted. I'm absolutely disgusted with you, sir. On that one. Like, I don't even just disagree. I'm disgusted that you would even mention that dude's name in the same breath as Carolina. Unless to just answer a question. That man beat you in Super Bowl in our first Super Bowl. I don't even remember what number it was. But that man beat you. He outsmarted you in the first Super Bowl that we ever played. Now you want him here? Are you insane? After everything that's been said and done by this man, compromising the integrity of the game, cheating, caught cheating twice, by the way, Spygate, Deflategate, need I go on? And you want that man here? Compromising everything good that we have left here in Carolina? Yeah, we didn't win our 2 Super Bowls that we were in. But you know something that we did have during that time period? Integrity. You missed that word, didn't you? I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed that you would even consider hiring that man here. Shame on you, sir. Shame on you, Steve Smith, for considering Bill Belichick as a good option to be our next head coach. Even when we didn't win those 2 Super Bowls, we at least had integrity. When you look at Bill Belichick, he represents everything that is wrong with this sport. I don't even think everybody needs a lecture on why this is a bad idea. I really don't. I could go on for a half an hour or at least an hour on why this is a bad idea. You are compromising everything that Jerry Richardson has built and put everything into to create for us, Steve, for us, in order to make this happen. If you bring that man in here, don't you dare bring Bill Belichick anywhere near Charlotte except to play against us. And if we do play against him, we better beat the brakes off that team that he brings in here. You wanted him here. Really, Steve? You're not seeing the full picture, bro. You're not seeing the full picture. Steve, please put yourself in the shoes of a kid that's just learning about the game. Okay? He's trying to learn about morals of right and wrong in sports. Now, when you hear the things that come out of Bill Belichick's mouth, and you see what this man has done in the league, and you watch Tom Brady under him cheat his way into 3 Super Bowls. I'll give you the other 3 because those seem like legitimate ones. Seattle gave you one, by the way. That counts as one of the 3 that you guys legitimately got. And that's on Seattle. They were stupid enough to not run Marshall and Lynch up the middle. So that's on Seattle. But when you watch Bill Belichick do the things he was doing, cheating to get where he was, and you want those cheating ways to come to Carolina just to get a trophy? Bro, every win is tainted. Every win and every trophy is tainted. Look at Barry Bonds. Look at Michael Phelps. Need I go on? Need I make an entire list of the people that were caught cheating and cannot sleep at night and live with that guilt because they lost their integrity for the game? And all these kids see through that message that are just walking into the game trying to learn this game, all they're seeing is, oh, it's easy, just cheat to win. Just cheat and you get an easy trophy. So, Steve, let me ask you something. If you were going to be a cheater, Steve Smith, which I know you're not, But let's just say that you are. Where's your ring? Where's your ring, sir? My point exactly. Because when you work hard and you get to a Super Bowl and you get where you're going, it takes hard work. It takes intensity. It takes all of these things that you put into the game. Your heart, your soul, your blood even. Some of these players bleed all over the field and they still succeed. Why? Because they are determined to get that win without cheating. Because they love this game so much and they know they can make an impact. You watch them bleeding all over the doggone field and they still make plays. Look at Thomas Davis with his broken ankle. Or, what was it? You guys know what I'm talking about. Whatever that injury was that he had. He played the entire Super Bowl with that injury. Because he knew he could make a major impact on the game. During 2015. You're going to tell me that you want to take the quick and easy path? You're that desperate for a trophy in Charlotte? That you're willing to risk all of the things that we have built. Everything that we have put and stand on as a franchise. We did it with honesty. We did it with respect for the game. We did it with integrity. You're willing to risk that now just to get an easy trophy? How would that make you feel? Tell me something. If you were to have won a ring off of a cheating coach, would you feel good about that? Knowing that you got it in a dirty way? Would you be able to sleep at night? I don't think you would be able to. Same way Barry Bonds can't sleep at night. Same way Michael Phelps can't sleep at night. That guilt will eat you alive, sir. So I'll ask you again. Why would you want that in Carolina? That has been trying to honestly win a ring. And honestly, with integrity and respect for the game, try to get a trophy. Just one trophy. Just for starters. One trophy. And we can't get that. We got screwed over by the refs. We've been screwed over by everything left and right in this game. Really? I understand we need a coach that has intensity. I understand we need a coach that is successful. I understand we need a coach that will actually drive us to win football games. I get it. But are you willing to bring in somebody like Bill Belichick to do that? And compromise our integrity? No. No. No, I don't think you are. I don't think so. I will outright refuse to accept that man as a head coach here. Everyone will be tainted. Every trophy will be tainted in my book. I cannot root for a coach that does that. I can't do it. Now, granted, at some point, did he have success? Probably. That was honest. Probably. I'm not discounting that. I'm not saying the man's not a great coach. but he cheated to win, as well as being a good head coach. There's the problem. There's the problem. If he was a great coach on his own and he won those Super Bowls, awesome. I respect it. I will put that man right up there with the greats. But if he cheats his way to those trophies, I can't respect him at all. Because cheaters never win. At the end of the day, that guilt catches up with you. Yeah, did Tom Brady win all those rings? Yes, he did. But how well respected is he right now? It cost him his marriage to go out there and play football again. It cost him his peace of mind. It cost him his sanity. How about Michael Phelps? He won all those Olympic gold medals. Where is he now? Do people respect him right now? No. People are looking at him like he's a clown. How about Barry Bonds in baseball? There's an asterisk next to his name in the record books. Do people love him? Love the fact that he got all those home runs? Sure. But when you look back, now is he respected? No, he's not. And he's lost all that integrity, all that respect for himself, all that hard work out the window. Because guess what, folks? His name is replaced in Major League Baseball games. They can't even put his name in a Major League Baseball video game. Do you see my point now? The only person we're still doing that with is Tom Brady. Why? And Bill Belichick. Why? For what reason? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. For what reason? It makes me sick looking at either one of them on my TV screen. But there they are. They're still there. Okay, cool. Moving on. But the news media won't let us look at anything else but them. Okay, but why? Alright, back to this team. I'm done with this. Y'all needed to hear that. For all the people that wanted Belichick here, that's a heck no from me. Absolutely not. Done. Moving on. Now, I like Boodle right now. I think Boodle has some potential. Troy Hill is playing like a beast right now. He's got something to prove. He wants to stay here. Sign him. CJ, I don't know what we're doing with him. Justin Houston, we'll see. We'll see. But I need to see something out of these boys, man. Okay, so now we're putting Jeremy Chin at nickel corner. Now you're starting to see Jeremy Chin be opened up to a better positioning to be able to do stuff. Because guess what? We signed Claudin. You know, we got a DJ Johnson that's finally being activated. We finally got YGM that's being activated. You know, and being put in. Okay, so now what? Jamie Robinson starting to make a few plays. Alright, cool. Where's LeBron Ray? Where's Shy Tuttle? I need to see these guys moving up and doing some stuff. Wake up. Get it done. There's so many of these other players right now that I need to see doing something. That we have been holding back on and we haven't been playing. Alright. I need y'all to stop running Miles Sanders into a 6 to 8 man box. If he's got any type of skill whatsoever on this team, stop running him into those boxes. Use him properly. Alright, now we can now focus on the Buccaneers. Now that we have established what we have and what we are. Alright, so we're looking at a Mike Evans. We're looking at Chris Godwin. Okay. Here's what I need to see. I need to see, if we're bringing back J.C. Horn, I need to see him on Chris Godwin. I need to see Dante Jackson on Mike Evans. This is the reason why is Mike Evans can absolutely shred you if you're not ready for him. Chris Godwin, if he gets the ball and he starts getting some separation, look out. Okay. Then you got at running back, you got Rashad White. You got Sean Tucker. Okay, what has Rashad White done so far this year? Let's take a look. 6 foot even. He's from Arizona State. 156 carries, 559 yards, 3.58. Average. 4 touchdowns. Okay. I'll bite. Thus far, he's had a bunch of receptions. And only 1 touchdown so far. Okay, cool. The man can be dangerous. But you cannot let him out. Okay? He's an above average running back. Maybe a little bit better. But you cannot let him out. And our defensive line does not know how to get off blocks. It does not know how to properly defend the run. So we're back where we started. You know, fundamentals. Is our D-line doing what they're supposed to be doing? Back to that original question. You know what I'm saying? Like, this has got to be fixed. Okay, let's see what else Tampa's got. You got tight end K. Otten. Tight end Co. Kift. I mean, I'm really not that impressed. We're going to be playing against Kyle Trask, right? If Baker can't go. I'm not impressed by Kyle Trask. I'm not impressed by half these guys. They don't scare me. Half these guys do not scare me. Let's look at Trey Palmer. 25 receptions, 277 yards, 2 touchdowns, but look at that average. That's what I want people to pay attention to, is that average right there. Bam. 9.08. That's a yards after the catch man. That's a yak man. That's exactly what that is. That's what that looks like. Look at these numbers. 17 yard average. 10.5 average against the Titans. 5.5 against a good defense, which is the Niners. 4.2 against the Colts. Decent defense. Okay? Decent. Then you got against the Bills, 7.3. That's a really good number against a very, very tough Bills defense. You got 5 against the Falcons. Kind of a letdown week there. 3 against the Saints, that's a letdown week. Eagles, 8. And as you might expect, 20 yards averaged against the Bears when he was handed the ball. When he was thrown to. He got a touchdown against the Saints, and he got a touchdown against the Vikings. Oh, well. You know. He's got some talent, man. He's got some talent as a rookie. Don't underestimate him. Alright. So. Let's take a look at this D-line. Now, on paper, without these injuries, you look at Jamal Dean, Levante David, Devin White, Logan Hall, Antoine Winfield Jr., Carlton Davis, and Ryan Neal. Those are the most dangerous names I see on this list right at the moment. Now, you got Yaya Diaby. However you say that last name. Diaby, I think. That dude looks dangerous. Let's take a look. Let's see what he's done. He's a rookie. 10 solo tackles and 4 sacks. Well. He has a tackle pretty much in every game. Consistently. He's gotten a sack against the Bills. He's gotten a sack against the Titans. And 2 against Brock Purdy with the Niners. Okay. So and a fumble recovery as well. Look at that against the Falcons. Okay. .6'4" from Louisville. 270 pounds. Okay, let's take a look at KJ Britt. KJ Britt came in with some credentials here. 6 foot even, but only got 5 tackles. So if you see him in Not to worry, he's a limited capacity. You know, I'm not saying be worried about these players. What I'm saying is be prepared for these players. Don't think that just because you see a lack of numbers on this list doesn't mean they can't be dangerous players. Whenever I'm saying, well, you know, keep in mind, just because they have these numbers right now doesn't mean they can't later on. Point blank. Levante David, I think we dodged the bullet on because this dude is highly deadly. Highly deadly. 12 years in the league, 6'1" from Nebraska, 45 solo tackles, 3 sacks, and 1 forced fumble. Dude is an animal. He's an absolute animal. And he's got 3 pass deflections this year. Good Lord. He got one on Jared Goff in Detroit. Wow. Stafford. My bad. Stafford. No, didn't Stafford go to the Rams? Stafford went to the Rams. So it is Jared Goff. Alright. So, Levante David has now gotten a pass deflection against the mighty Lions quarterback. If we're lucky, we won't see this dude on the field. If we're unlucky, watch out. That's a scary, scary individual right there on the field. I don't need to remind you his credentials. I really don't need to. 12 years in the league, 233 pounds. But screw it. Let's do it for the people that don't know. He now has a total of 1,315 total tackles, 886 of those solo, 429 of those assisted, 32 sacks for his career, 1 safety, 62 passes defended. I'm going to highlight that number real quick for you guys. 62. Then you got 12 interceptions. 2 of those led to touchdowns. And he's played in 176 games. That is one linebacker you don't want to face. He is a game changer, ladies and gentlemen. Major game changer. And why am I highlighting Devin White? You guessed it. Game changer. 28 solo tackles, 2 sacks, and a pick. He's a turnover machine. Why do I say he's a turnover machine? Look at this. 2 picks. 6 forced fumbles over his career. 6, ladies and gentlemen. He had 3 of those his rookie year. 8 fumble recoveries. 8 fumble recoveries. I need y'all to focus in on that number right there, because that's important. If we start fumbling this ball, this man's going to cash in. Is that really how you want this game to go? Pay attention. Because I'm going to tell you something. If you ignore that number right there, it is at your own peril. 552 combined tackles. 313 of them solo. 22 and a half sacks for this man's career. 18 pass deflections. Yes, he can get pass deflections, so watch out. He may get one, but you're probably not going to see two. If your fundamentals are good, you won't see two. But you could see one if you're not careful and your fundamentals are bad. Oh, excuse me. He has already gotten one pick this year for 26 yards. He has 3 pass deflections already. 2 sacks. But look at those sack counts. He had 9 sacks back in 2020. 9. This dude went off, bro, on pass rushing back in 2019 and 2020. Oh my goodness. This is one man you don't want to mess with. If you're fumbling that ball, you better pray to God he's not around it, because he will pick that up. Man's got those expert hands, bro. From LSU. Now, why am I looking at Antoine? Let's look at Antoine. 4 years in the league. 5'9", 203 from Minnesota. He's a Minnesota guy. He's from that cold weather state, man. Of Minnesota. Let's look at it. 39 solo tackles, 2 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and 1 pick. Already this year. I don't need to tell you how much damage he can still do. We're at week 12. We're at week 13 now. Out of 5 more weeks. 5 or 6 more weeks. I don't need to tell you how much more damage this dude can straight up still do. Because if you look at his career numbers, look at this. 11 sacks. 11. 23 pass deflections. Look at this. 8 pass deflections already this year. Watch out for this dude. Do not ignore him. Ignore him at your own peril. Bryce, I'm talking to you. Ignore this man at your own peril, sir. Because of the amount of pass deflections you already have this year. That you have tried to throw into traffic. We got 1 pick. We've got 3 fumble recovers. He started 11 games this year, 47 tackles. 34 of those assisted. 81 combined. 39 solo tackles out of those. So yes, he can solo tackle. Ladies and gents. Watch out for this dude. Alright. Obviously, you know what these guys can do. You know what we're dealing with. Now then, what will it take to get there? What injuries do we have going on? We've got Levante David with the groin, who is going to be out. We are very, very lucky that this man is not playing. Carlton Davis, the corner. Full practice. Okay, let's look at Carlton Davis real quick. 6 years in the league. 26 solo tackles, 1 pick. But what I want to call your attention to is this number right here. 70 pass deflections. He's been double digits in pass deflections for 4 straight years before this one. 4 straight years. Got 3 forced fumbles. 4 opponent recoveries. 241 solo tackles out of a combined 309. Oh, snap. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, snap. 8 career interceptions. He got 4 of them in 2020. He picked up Gardner Minshew last week. Gardner Minshew, man. He's using adversity to fuel the fire. I want you all to think about that for a second. Fuel the fire. Let that sink in for a minute. That's what we should be doing, right? As a team, we should be letting that adversity fuel the fire. All right, let's go. Continue on. We got Jamal Dean with a foot injury. He's out. We got Mike Green that's out. We got Devin White that's out. Ooh, wow, man. Foot injury. Did not practice Thursday and Friday. Limited practice on Wednesday. Wow, we dodged a major bullet. Devin White's not going to be there. Thank goodness. Alright. So, D. Delaney did not practice. Personal reason. He'll be back, though. Chris Godwin, questionable for Sunday. Take advantage of that. Baker Mayfield, ankle injury. Take advantage of that. He's not going to be able to run on you. If you put any type of heat on this dude, he's not going to be able to run. The problem is we don't know how to put heat on quarterbacks, though, because our D-line doesn't know how to get off their blocks or bull rush properly. Mike Green, we already mentioned, is out. Yaya has a full practice on Friday. Limited practice on Wednesday and Thursday. He's a linebacker. I don't know how dangerous this dude is going to be. Let's take a look. The rookie, 10 solo tackles, 4 sacks. 4 sacks, guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He got all 4 of those recently. Look at this. 1 against the Bills, 1 against the Titans, 2 against the 49ers. I think I called that one out earlier, didn't I? Yeah, I did. My bad, I just didn't remember it. And Cervaka Dennis with the linebacker injury with an illness. He is doubtful, which means we most likely will not see him. Now, here's our laundry list of injuries. Von Miller is out. Hayden Hurst is out. Tommy Tremble is doubtful, which you might as well say is out. With a hip injury. Hayden Hurst says that concussion protocol still going on. Taylor Moton has a knee injury. Figures. Full practice on Friday. But limited on Thursday. Did not practice on Wednesday. Okay. Jeremy Chin with the quadriceps. Finally being activated. We have missed you, Jeremy Chin. I'll tell you that much. Perfect timing. YGM, same thing to you. Good timing. Hamstring injury, limited practice all week. Questionable. JC Horn, hamstring injury, limited practice all week. Questionable. DJ Johnson, elbow injury, limited on Wednesday, Thursday, full practice on Friday. Questionable. Cade, we already addressed. CJ Henderson with a concussion. Full practice all week. Nash Jensen, you got a back injury. Limited Thursday, Friday. Questionable. We may see some action out of Nash Jensen. We'll see. Jonathan Mingo with the Achilles tear. Limited this week. Full practice on Friday. Xavier Woods with a thigh injury, limited practice, full practice Thursday and Friday. And Troy Hill with a hip injury, limited practice, questionable. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. I see him playing. Alright, so that is your injury report going into this game at 1 p.m. tomorrow. So now that we've addressed all of this, let's take a look at some of the predictions that we can make this week. Alright, so week 13 in the league. Guess what? Dallas is going to beat Seattle 41-35. Seattle put up a real good fight against that Dallas defense. And that Dallas defense is not as strong as it needs to be a major contender this year. And that defense is what's going to get them in trouble in the playoffs. Just warning y'all. That defense is going to get y'all in trouble. They're going to talk a big game. They're going to act all big and bad. And everybody's going to think, oh, the Cowboys are favorites. This, that, and the third about the Cowboys. That defense is going to expose them. And they're going to be gone. Either in the first round or the second round. As usual. The typical Cowboys. Anyway. Chargers in New England. I got the Chargers for that one. New England's still struggling. Chargers look good. They're better than that 4-7 record, folks. Don't judge them by the book that you're reading right now, record-wise. Look on the pages, man. Because the Chargers had some really interesting games this year. Pittsburgh, 7-4 against the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona actually managed to win 2 games. Impressive. They're not getting past Pittsburgh. Tennessee and Indianapolis. I got the Colts. I got the Colts. Tennessee's win against us was a fluke, and Indy is about to expose them. And show them, oh wait, I'm about to humble y'all. You're not as great as you think you are after that win against us. Anybody could have beat us in the league playing like that. Anybody. Denver and Houston. This is going to be a tough one for me. Denver's been playing well. And Houston is starting to get on the rise a little bit. I got Denver. This is where Denver will continue that streak. Alright. Detroit and New Orleans. Detroit. I mean, it's not even close. Detroit. By like 14 points. So, the Falcons and the Jets. Alright, ladies and gents. You know what it's time for. Upset alert! Here we go. New York Jets need a game desperately to revive their horrendous season. And I'm going to tell you, Atlanta is not the team that everybody thinks they are. That 5-6 record is deceptive. They're a pretender. Now, let's take a look at the Jets. Let's see what we got here. We got them beating the Bills in week 1. How about that one? Lost to the Cowboys 30-10. And you're thinking, oh no, it's the typical Jets. Typical old Jets. You know. Boo hoo hoo. You know, we're Jets. We're the Jets fans. But then, you know, these are respectable losses. Okay. You lose to the Cowboys 30-10. Respectable. You lose to the Chiefs 23-20. Respectable. You put up a good fight. But you got a 15-10 loss to New England. Ooh. Not great. Not a great look. Then you go on to beat an easy Broncos team, 31-21. And guess what? A surprise upset over the Eagles, 20-14. Ding, 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 ding. This is where the Jets start to turn things around. And you're not expecting it, ladies and gents. But after the 23-20 game against the Chiefs, you should start respecting it. They come in, they have a lazy game against the Giants. Not a surprise. Okay, great. Then you got the Chargers. 27-6. Loss. Respectable. Lost to the Raiders. 16-12. Respectable. Next. The Bills caught fire. 32-6 over you. Respectable. Then the Dolphins run you out of town. 34-13. Understandable. This is where the Jets' buck stops here. They say, okay, the Falcons are not that great of a team. Why should we respect them? And here's why I say that. We beat the Falcons 24-10 to open the season. Or did we? No, we didn't. That's the score you should be seeing on our end. if we were actually doing our job on offense. But we're not. Guess what? The Falcons beat the Green Bay Packers 25-24 in Atlanta. So let me tell you something. If they can beat the Green Bay Packers, why can't we? If we get our offense together. Here's the question. Why can't we? Then you got the Detroit Lions. A loss to the Detroit Lions 20-6, respectable. Loss to the Jaguars 23-7, respectable. A win over the Houston Texans. How about that one? 21-19. A struggling Houston Texans team. Whoop-de-doo. Lost to the Washington Commanders 24-16. Respectable. But then you barely beat the Buccaneers. You barely lost to, guess who? The Titans. You lost to the Vikings. You lost to the Cardinals. And then you barely beat the Saints. Why should anybody respect this Atlanta team right now? Point blank, you shouldn't. Not at face value. But what do I know? So, end of the day, I am taking the Jets in an upset. Miami and Washington. Obviously, I'm picking Miami. Not even close. Carolina, Tampa Bay. I predict our Panthers will win this one in a close battle. It'll come down to a field goal, but we will win. And don't sabotage us. Let us win these games. Please. San Francisco, Philadelphia. That's the one everybody wants to watch. And I'm going to review a little bit of that tomorrow. You're going to see a little bit of that. I'm going to react live to that. After talking about the Panthers. Me and Blitz are both going to react and keep an eye on that game. I think we're both interested in that one. Cleveland and the Rams. I'll come back to that Philadelphia game because I don't know who's going to win that thing. I'm going to bet on probably San Francisco. I'm going Niners. So, Cleveland and the Rams. Cleveland over the Rams for sure. KC and Green Bay. I got KC. Chiefs. They're just clearly better than Green Bay. And I did pick Dallas to beat Seattle. So just to be clarifying on that. Jacksonville and Cincinnati, I got Jacksonville. There you go. There's your wins, there's your losses. There you go. So, closing thoughts and opinions. We've got to get the ship right here this week. It's got to start this week. Otherwise, it's just another week of Carolina football, you know? And we're going to be sitting there with bags over our faces if we lose again. But, you know, at least we can't blame Christopher Poor. You know? We did this to ourselves. You know, yada, yada, yada. Nonsense like that tomorrow. If that should happen. Which, I don't think it will. I think we're finally going to start going in the right direction. So, That being said, like I said, we got a few things that we can do to make sure that this goes in the right direction. One, let's to make sure that we fix this offensive line. Two, let's fix the D line. Three, let's play motivated and play for a chance to stay here in Carolina, play for a chance to make a difference in Carolina, play for a chance for a future in Carolina. And if you play for those things, you may see some results. You may yet see some positive results. But, yeah, put your heart into the game. I need to see everybody motivated. I need to see that fire in your eyes. I need to see y'all play. Because if I don't see that, I'm going to question what we're doing here. I'm going to question whether we're actually trying to do anything at all after this point. It's do or die time, guys. Do or die time. It's not time to experiment. It's not time to fool around. It's not time to pass go and collect $200. It's time to get a dub. Point freaking blank. Get a dub. If you want this playoff spot, go get it. Don't wait for it to come to you. Go get it. And that's if we have a shot at it. And a lot of people are going to think I'm delusional, and I don't care. Let them think that. Let them say what they're going to say. I'm the most realistic YouTuber out here, man. I say it like it is. I tell people like I think it is. You know, through my views, through my realistic ideas, I say it like it is. I'm honest. I'm truthful. I'm kind. I'm considerate. I'm fair. I can be a major pain in the neck sometimes. But only if you're a player that deserves it. Or a coach that deserves it. Or a GM that deserves it. I'm just getting on you guys because I want to see you guys do better than what you're doing. I'm not attacking you guys personally. What I'm saying is, be better. You have the talent. You have the skills. You have the ability to do things better. Be better. Take the guesswork out of this game and get it done. Just get it done. Alright. That being said, I think we can do a quick look at a couple of these pressers real quick. But then I gotta get some sleep. Alright. Carolina Panthers coaches wanted to bench Bryce Young for Andy Dalton. What? Oof. That is Big Cat's stream title. I don't know about that one. I don't know how I feel about that one. My thing is, let's see what this is. Let's see what this is. Predicting the record for the 2013 season. Win, 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 Oh, Vikings win. Yep, 10-1. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, let's dissect these. Let's dissect these. Panthers Falcons, right? 2023 2024 season, right? Alright, this is probably how it should have gone, right? Alright, so you're going 4-0. You're going 4-0, right? There. Game against the Buccaneers. Win. 7-0. Vikings win 7-1. Win over the Vikes 8-1. Win over the Colts 9-1. Win over the Bears 10-1. Panthers versus Lions 11. Oh, I don't know about 11-1. I don't know about 11-1, dog. Jaguars win. Yeah, I see the Jags winning. Fair. Ooh, 12-3. 12-3. Yeah, fair. I see 11-5 at that point. Yeah. It's Seahawks. Alright, so these are the new. Are these the new ones that we're going to be facing next year? Or are they just saying, okay, these are the teams that we're playing this year? Alright, let's quickly take a browse through this. If we had fixed our offense, win, loss, win, loss, win. Let's say we pull a Carolina Panthers, we go into a trap game, loss. Jaguars, loss, win. Alright, so let's tally them up. 1, 2, 3, 4 wins straight out of the gate. Lost to the Lions is 4-1. Lost to the Dolphins is 4-2. Bye week. Come out of the gate, firing 5-2, 6-2, 7-2, 7-2 going into Dallas with a legitimate shot. Oh, we take the L. 7-3, 8-3, 9-3, 10-3, 11-3. Lost to the Green Bay Packers 11-4, 11-5, 12-5. 12-5 could have been your potential final record. But let's say we don't win in the Dome in New Orleans. 11-6. Okay, fair enough. I can accept that logic against the Saints. Yeah. Let's say we don't pull off this Seattle game. Okay. 10-7. But everything else is a win. 10-7. 10-7, ladies and gents. I'm trying to tell y'all. This is what we should have been doing. But we're here. So let's see what happens. Anyway, we'll see you guys for the live reaction of the game and the post game. As usual, you know what to do. You know what time it is? And you know what happens next. Let's go get that dub. Let's go get that dub. No excuses, man. No excuses. Let's work. You know what I'm saying? Let's work. Let's get busy. And you know what? You know what? We're still a menace, baby. We're still a menace. Still a menace out there, man. I think we got a shot, man. I think we got it, man. You know what, though? We back to business. We back to business, y'all. We're back to business. We're back to business. They can't stop us. They can't stop us, man. We're gonna come out there. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. And I love y'all, man. Stay true to yourselves. Stay true to each other. Hey, shout out to X Ryan, XBL. Shout out to David Screws. Shout out to Mason. Shout out to Elliot. Shout out to Richard. Shout out to Austin. Shout out to CJ. Appreciate y'all for dropping in and hanging out with us tonight. And anybody else that's a new like and a sub and a new follower, appreciate y'all. We out, man. We out. Let's go get this dub. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And keep pounding. Peace, y'all.
going from survival mode.